line. What a give it to Ethan Foster this time, right up the gut. Foster hits, fumbles the football, and Gordo is going to come out of there with it. Here's Bailey dropping straight back, got some time, fires it over the middle, got a man, complete, and his first down and more. That is going to be J.T. Billups inside the 10, down 2.
This is all you going to throw it. Yeah.
And here comes pressure, fires it quick, got a man, touchdown. Once again, that is Ogland. Hunter. Right side, Bailey's going to look right. He's got pressure coming now. Throw it back. A little tunnel screen in here in the middle. Edwards breaks one tackle, breaks another, and the ball pops out. I think he was down.
Yeah,
and Bailey will give it to him, and he's going to have his first down and a little bit more. As the ball is stripped by Etowah, and the Blue Devils have it. They had not blown that down, I don't think. Davis, they're going to give it to Trent Davis, and he's going to have his first down and then some. As he stays up, Davis was not ruled out. Here's Trent Davis. No, they say the whistle blew.
He's,
yeah.
Sorry.
And there he's going to escape the sack momentarily. Now he's going to, still doesn't want to run. Throws it down, got a man wide open. Big play. Thompson is going to have a receiver down inside the 10-yard line. It'll be.
Well, you sell out right here. You know Davis going to run it, you
and
say.
He is, and they got him. Nothing doing there. Big tackle made by Tyrell. Ball at the 2-yard line. Drops the ball. And Etowah's got it. Is it in the end zone? It is. Touchdown, Blue Devils. Can you believe that? Here's Thompson. Fires it quickly to Tay Wright. Wright's got it. Going to cut it back. Slips. And the ball is loose. And Gordo has got it. The shotgun look. Twin split to either side this time for the Panthers, trying to spread it out. Smith looking to put it in the air for the first time. Got a man back there, got it! And he's inside the 15-yard line. We're down to 2:44 to go in this opening quarter, and they fake it to Spinks. Smith will keep it, loses it. Anderson's going to scoop it up, and the Bulldogs are going the other way, and they are going to draw first blood as scooping the ball up and taking it the distance. That is Jacquez Thomas, touchdown. Bulldogs, they lead it 6-0. What a turn of events. Certainly a run formation now. Smith going to roll out to his right. He's got open field over there, and he's going to take it. Jet Smith is going to have his first down and more, and lowers the head and just bowls over the Aniston. It off a little misdirection that time to Spinks, and Spinks breaking a tackle, breaking another one. He's in. Touchdown. Well done.
And even the hard-to-find items. Nationally recognized, but right here at home in Lincoln for quality awards, trophies, powder coating, and personalized Yeti items, Griffin Laser Engraving.
Everybody wants cheap airfare, but where do you find it?
Oh, Sandlin with the big play for the Aniston Bulldogs while we were. Sandlin going to put it up again. He's going over the middle of the field, tipped by Smith and intercepted by Spinks. Calvin Spinks has it, spins out of a tackle, and he's going to be hit and dropped. Smith, and he's going to pull it from Logan Brooks. Now he's going to pop it out in the flat. Got it. And big play inside the 30 and getting out of bounds. Going to roll to his left. Got pressure. Gets it off. And he goes deep, and that's going to be picked back there by the Aniston Bulldogs. That was, now they're going to, yeah, he did pick that up.
That ball as hard as he did last year, though. It looked like he more or less.
And he fumbles the ball right there, and Aniston has got it on the
Got a scissor route.
Sandlin takes a lick, and he fires it down to Justin, and coming back to make the great catch. Sandlin holds it, drops it over the middle. He's got Thompson out there, and he's got it. Another punt going to go right up the middle. He's hitting the backfield, and I don't know that he got there, Coach. He didn't have to get a lot, but I don't know if he got it. Smith will toss it. Spinks, quick little cut. There goes Calvin Spinks. Breaks it back, a little dance move, cuts it back up the middle, and the pursuit is going to catch him inside the 25 down near.
You want to speed the defense up because this is where they stand up at.
Misdirection. Spinks, he's got to walk it in. Touchdown. The Panthers, and they lead for the first time tonight.
Well, sure.
Make a mistake. You're going to hand it off, and nothing doing. The ball is on the ground again, and Aniston's got it, Coach. As Logan out of the gun. Twins split to either side, and they're going to throw it down. Got a man. He makes the catch, breaks a tackle. And I think they're going to say maybe he stepped out of bounds.
Oh, he jumped outside. Anderson jumped outside.
And Smith went ahead and snapped the ball and makes the first down as Aniston kind of stopped. Thought they were offsides already, but they didn't throw a flag, and Smith didn't stop the play. What a heads-up play by that Panther quarterback. Sacks deep again, and there's a high, nice kick this time by Scales. This time it's dropped. It's on the ground. The Tigers will have it. And this time to the right pump, and now nothing there, so Scales is going to roll. Now he finds a man out in the flat. That is complete. Nice move inside the 5, and I think he got inside the pylon. No signal yet. Yes, touchdown. Tigers. Offside this time. Single wide out is to the right for the Wildcats. Give it off to Garrett. And Garrett breaks it out off the right side. He's got some room. He is across the 30, out across the 35, and finally tracked down out at about the – going to give it to Garrett. No, Parnell keeps it, and he's going to be hitting the backfield. He slides out of the tackle, slides out of another one, pops it out of there, and Parnell's inside the 10, and he's down near the 6. As it'll be Williams kicking it deep here for the Sacks. Wildcats won't kick it too deep. It's fumbled, and it's recovered by Sacks. Has fallen. So Sacks right back on offense. Has the ball again on the ground. Parnell drops it, finally picks it up. Now he's going to roll out. He's got a man all alone behind the defense. It's complete. And inside the 10-yard line is Jalen Cunningham. Parnell's going to fake it. He's going to keep it himself, and he's going to walk it in the end zone off the left side. And the Wildcats, just like that, up 14-6. The Tigers give it off to Williams again. He's got another big hole, this time over on the right side. And Williams spins out of a tackle. He'll have another first down. Just great. Scales going to fire it out in the flat. That is complete. And slipping a tackle and dancing down the sidelines. Big hit across. Here is Nigel Scales and the quarterback sneak, and it is good. Talladega punches it in the end zone, and the Tigers are right back in this one. Here's McCants trying to break free, breaks one tackle, breaks another tackle, now trying to get the corner, got a block. And here goes McCants down the far sideline. One man to beat, cuts it back to the middle of the field, but he's going to score, but we're going to bring this one back.
Right.
We've got a penalty. Garrett in the backfield off the feet of Parnell. It's on the ground, it's loose, and I think Talladega comes away with it. Yes, they do. That is number 2, Ladarius Ligon, who gets it. And the tails. Handed off to Williams right up the gut. And Williams got a big hold. He's inside the 30, breaks the tackle, spins out of another, inside the 15, down, and give it to the big man. There goes Garrett, and he's going to walk it in the end zone. Touchdown, Wildcats. They extend the lead. High snap for Scales. He's going to drop back, looking to put it up. Nothing there. He's going to pop it out. He's going to fire it downfield. Got a man wide open, complete into Wildcat territory. Down at the 35-yard line. Stop his
quarterback draw right here. Oh, there it is. Grady, there it is.
It is wide open. There goes Nigel Scales. He's going to be inside the 10, inside the 5, down near the 3-yard line, and that worked to perfection. Give it to Malik Williams right up the middle. There it is. Touchdown, Tigers. And actually, that is number 6, Larry Calhoun, the big man. And they're going to hand it off to Mixon coming the other way. And he's got the corner, and he has got the touchdown.
Absolutely. That's outside.
It's not the game. That's the game right there. Running up the middle. Ball's on the ground. It's loose. Sacks has got it. Snap fake it to Mixon. Drops the football. Talladega's got it. Snap is better this time. Here comes the
defensive end beat him on the inside
look
right
at
there.
Scales making a play. Got a man complete. And it's going to be a big play for the Tigers. Down inside the 40, down to the 35-yard line. No, he's going to throw the football. Fires it out in the flat. He's got it. And that is a first down for the Talladega. Rolling out to his left, looking down the field. Tip intercepted. Intercepted by Ohatchee, and the Indians have the first turnover. Enos going to do a little shuttle pass out on the outside, trying to get a block as Fuller gets one, and Fuller off to the races. He may go. He's struck down from behind. So in the backfield, give it to Fuller again. Going to run off that left side. He's in. Touchdown. Ohatchee, they draw for. He's going to roll right, looking to put it in the air. He's going to fire it out there. He's got Spinks. He's got his first down, and he's going to have a whole lot more. Calvin Spinks with the.
It will be.
Well, they're going to turn, going to give it to Spinks, and he is going to walk it in the end zone. Touchdown. Panthers. Venus. Going to toss it outside to Fuller, trying to break it outside. Ooh, he is leveled over there. Big hit by Tequan Thomas on the ground. Enos picks it back up. Now he's going to flip it out. Got a man, tipped, and almost caught. Turn this time, it's going to be Spinks. Spinks pops it out of there. He's got a first down and a whole lot more. Calvin Spinks out across the 40. And here is Jet Smith dropping back, looking to put the ball in the air. Has to tuck it. He's going to be hit. He's going to be dropped. Smith's going to roll left, looking at way got pressure from Enos, and he's going to be dropped. Eli. A different quarterback in the game, and the ball is on the ground. It's picked up by Welburn. Jet Smith on the recovery. Ohatchee had put Connor Baswell at the quarterback position for the first time. Smith down the left side. There goes Jet Smith in the clear. He's close. He's going to be tackled just short of the goal line. They're going to turn. They're going to hand it to Spinks. He's going to cut it off the left side. He's going to walk it in. And the Panthers, for the first time tonight, lead this football game. And it's going to be a toss running to the right side as Fuller got a block. There goes Noah Fuller. Fuller down the sideline. He's got a big gain, tackled out of bounds. They'll have it at the Welburn 22. There's Enos making me for this. Eli Enos, he's gone. Touchdown, Ohatchee. Roll with 7:06 to go in the game. Low snap. Enos has got it, rolls out, wants to put the ball in the air. Going to dump it out in the flat. It's complete, but no gain on the play. That's a great coach. My goodness. Here's Enos across midfield. He is going to have his first down. Gutsy call. A little better this time. Going to hand it off to Fuller. Fuller cutting off some blocks. He's inside the 40. Spins out of a tackle. Down inside the 30 to about the 30. Take it to Calvin Spinks. Looks to throw it. Not there. Dodges. Pulls it down and going to be dropped. Smith. Smith's going to keep it running left. Breaks it to the outside. There goes Jet Smith. He's in. Touchdown. Panthers, they lead it. Go wide, you go behind Fuller. That's Enos trying to cover up. He's dropped by Spinks. Spinks rolling out. Take the snap. He's going to drop back. He's got pressure. He's going to fire down the middle. He's got a man. It is caught. And off to the races, the Warriors. There's the fast start for Cherokee County. They're going to score 82, make it 87-yard touchdown. Whit Johnson takes it. Got time. Fires it out in the flat. Got a man. That is complete. And makes the first man miss. And now across midfield into Warrior territory down to the 39-yard line. That is still from the 8. And Tuck's going to keep it. Fired out the flat. Got Gaither going to walk it in. Touchdown, Lions, and we're all tied up. 3-yard line, going to hand it off again to Ramsey. Right up the middle. Big hole. Damian Ramsey rumbles down the field and finally caught from behind. 40 snap is through the hands. There's a mistake on special teams. The ball is loose, and Cherokee County has got the recovery. In from the 6, Ramsey's got it again, and he's going to be tripped. Keeps his feet moving, and he is in. Touchdown, Cherokee County. The big long side, Ramsey going to roll. He's going to look to put it up. He's hit the backfield. Now he fires it over the defense, and a wide open in the back of the end zone. Caught for the 2-point conversion. Connor Elroy. There's a little high, short pooch kick that's in that no man's land, and it's had to be fielded. It's on the ground, and who's got it? Cherokee County says they do. Going to take the snap. He's got time. Now he feels a little pressure, steps into it, throws it down the middle. Got a man, caught, touchdown, Cherokee County. Up the middle, has to throw it quick. Got a man out in the flat. What a nice catch by Sylvester Smith. He's got the first down and more across midfield, and he's still on his feet. Sylvester Smith inside the 30. Another move inside the 20. He's going to fire. Got a man in the end zone. Goes up. Caught. Touchdown. Munford, what a catch. He's going to hit the squib kick. Hits an up man. Ball's on the ground. Munford has got it. 6. Here is Hopper going to roll it out. Hit it in the flat. Complete. Out at the 37. Makes the first man miss. Ball is loose. Munford's got it. Keeps left. Looking that way. Pressure right up the middle and dropped. Gaither. Peyton Gaither. And Smith got a big hole. Smith down the sideline. He may go. One man to beat. He's going to caught him inside the 5-yard line. Oh, give straight up the middle. Sylvester Smith is in. Touchdown, Lions. They are 1 point away from tying this one up. He's going to tuck it, and he's just going to dump it off to Ramsey. That was a backwards pass, and Munford's got it. That is going to be Lion football, I do believe. Pass is completed over the middle. Big play for the Warriors. As coming down with it is Whit Johnson, and another big bit to Malone again. He's going to cut it out left. He's got a hole. He's got the sideline. He's got 6.
Outside zone, Grady. That's outside.
Here's Tuck, handed off. Smith trying to get the edge, cutting it up, and he's in. Touchdown, Munford. 3rd and 7. Here is Hopper back in the ball game. Going deep. Munford's back there, picked. Intercepted by the Lions. Dropping back, got some time. Now a little pressure coming. Tuck rolls out, fires it down. Got a man caught. And that is Russell inside the 20. Stops short, I believe. Let's see where the official comes in and steps. It's going to depend on the mark. Going to hand it off to Ramsey. Pops it out of there. Big run for Damian Ramsey. Spins out of a tackle across the 25, across the 30. Still on his feet to the 39-yard line. Damian Ramsey.
Oh, nobody covers. Nobody goes with Smith.
Throw it. It's dropped. It's almost intercepted by Ramsey. Smith was wide open, Coach. He was. Nobody went with him, and Tuck didn't see him.
Nobody goes with him. Nobody goes with him.
Going to grab it. At about the 35, gets to the outside. Here comes Fagans, breaks a tackle at midfield. Here goes Fagans down the sideline, cuts it back to the middle. He's got a wall, one man to beat. That's Rich at the kicker position, and he's caught from behind inside the 5-yard line. At the quarterback position, he's going to call his own number, going to call a little bootleg, and he's going to walk it in the end zone. Touchdown, Yellow Jackets, one play. Here's Higgins, going to draw back, going to look to put the ball in the air. There he goes, down the middle, got a man wide open, caught, no, he drops it. Had Warren Britt. Here's Higgins.
Go for the home run again.
He's going to draw back. He's going to fire it. He's going down the middle of the field. Got Rock Taylor. He's got it. And Oxford has their second touchdown of the night. Yellow Jacket.
And an adjustment I would make is putting your speed guys in.
Here is Rich out in flat. Got a man wide open. Makes the pass this time. Battles loses the ball. But it's going to middle. Battles intercepted. Intercepted by the Yellow Jackets. I think that's Tequan Fagans. And here comes Fagans down the sideline. He's got Rich to beat. And he's going to cut it back to the middle. And stumbles out of a tackle. Stays on his feet. Still on his feet. And he is gone. Touchdown, Oxford. And as we said, he's as tough as they come. And he got a great arm on him. Steps back. Got a little pressure. He's going to go down the field. And fighting for it is going to be Rock Taylor. And we're going to get interference coming in, I believe. It's short fields.
Right. I think, and if they punch this one in right here, I think you'll see.
There's Rock Taylor making the catch. Here's Taylor breaking a tackle, breaking another tackle, and there goes Rock Taylor into the end zone. Nope, they're going to say he stepped out of bounds.
I bet he wish he wore size 8 instead of size 12.
And there's Britt wide open in the flat. Higgins has got his third touchdown pass of the night. The Yellow Jackets. Low snap. Higgins handles it, drops back. Now he's going to roll to his left. He's got some time, rifles it down. Rock Taylor's got it. 1st and 10, and what an impressive throw. Going to be Higgins faking it to Elston, keeps it himself, bounces it outside, got a block. Here goes Trey Higgins, and he's inside the 10-5, dives, and touchdown, Yellow Jackets. And they add alongside, and fake it to Davis, got a little time, steps forward, now going to let it fly, going down the middle of the field, out there, tipped away. Good defense down the field by Delvon Fagans for the Yellow Jackets.
You definitely don't want nothing to happen to him.
He's going to hit the little pass in the flat, a nice little cut, runs into his own man, still stays on his feet, cutting inside the 10, the 5, touchdown. Yellow Jackets, that is Bakari Daly.
And you don't hope for any injuries, but
COC going to walk it in the end zone, runs over the final defender, touchdown. Yellow Jackets, and they. COC shifts up down to the right side and give it to Robertson, calls his own number, goes straight ahead, and he's in. Touchdown, Yellow Jackets. So there is the touchdown on the board. Rich in his own end zone out of the gun, takes the snap, looks out in the flat, and he's got it complete. And that's Cody Roberts, breaks a tackle. Here comes Roberts down the sideline for Southside, cuts it back, and he's going to be ran down from behind as he crosses midfield in the different running back has checked into the ball game, and now he will have the fake as Robertson calls his own number. Robertson in the clear. There goes Sam.
Nominees and guests in attendance, and to those watching live worldwide, welcome to the 2020 FNN High School Football Awards Night from the Oxford Civic Center in Oxford, Alabama. Now, here's your MC for the evening, FNN Executive Producer, Mr. Jim Jacobs.
Welcome you all tonight to our third annual High School Football Awards Night and Dinner. I'd like to start off this evening by recognizing the Calhoun County Commissioners for helping sponsor the dinner. Could we all give them a nice round of applause for some pretty good food? Want to thank, of course, Tim Hodges, J.D. Hess, Ms. Henderson,
Carolyn, Lee Patterson, who's here with us, that'll speak in just a minute, and, of course, Commissioner Wilson. We'd also like to say thank you to our good friends at Johnny's Barbecue for providing the food and the catering. And now to do our official welcome for this evening, please join me in welcoming to the podium Calhoun County Commissioner Lee Patterson.
We want to welcome each of you tonight, and on behalf of the County Commission, we want to say thank you for coming. And athletics means a lot to the Commission, and we try to support in every way we can. And tonight we want to talk about the third annual FNN High School Football Awards Night and Dinner. We gather here tonight in triumph, celebration of the completion of a season over a competitor no team has faced before. And I know that you know I'm talking about COVID. In spite of a pandemic that has claimed far too many, our school administrators, coaches, and players, even entire communities, collectively refuse to give up or to give in. COVID-19 took so much, but it didn't take our Friday night this past fall. Like the teams that competed on the field, the FNN team was just as determined to complete its 10th season of streaming live games to fans here at home and across the land. From week 0 at Welburn's The Hill to the 4A North semifinals at Barney Hood and Atala, FNN pushed through bringing 15 games to over 368,000 viewers this season across their 7 online platforms. Tonight we put a period on a season that many thought would never happen, with several recognitions, and by naming the FNN Coach and Player of the Year. To all of you who had a part in making this past season happen, let the celebration begin, because this is your night. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Those guys and Carolyn do a wonderful job of supporting the Calhoun County community and sports and our school system, and I know that they're a big part of what we do. There's a lot of folks that I'd like to mention and welcome before we officially get the program underway tonight. First and foremost, we have a group of frontline workers here this evening that are our guests from Regional Medical Center. I think we can all admit that their team scored every time they touched the ball this year through a hard fight and doing some incredible things to support the sick in the community. And guys, we're glad to have you tonight. If you wouldn't mind, would you please stand up so we could all recognize you there in the back? Thank you. We'd also like to welcome the frontline workers that are here with us tonight. We had several invitations out. I know we're all safe because I see the Oxford PD back there. Guys, thank you for being here. We appreciate you coming. Of course, I want to recognize again Commissioners Lee Patterson and Carolyn Henderson that are here. And now I want to recognize our former coach and players of the year that are here with us this evening. If you'll stand up when I call your name, and then we'll hold the applause till we finish up. Our 2012 Coach of the Year is still the head coach of the Walter Welborn Panthers, Jeff Smith. Keith Etheridge, the 2015 Coach of the Year from Leeds High School. Coach Scott Martin from 2016 from Ohatchee. Coach Steve Smith from 2018 from Piedmont. And Coach Keith Etheridge from 2019 in Oxford, all of those former coaches of the year that are here with us tonight. Please give them a round of applause. And I think Ron Wiggins is supposed to be here. Are you here, Ron? I don't see him anywhere yet. Okay, but Ron is our two-time Player of the Year from 2018 and 2019. And he was scheduled to join us tonight, but possibly couldn't make it because of the weather. I'd also like to recognize our 2020 inductees, starting with our players. If you guys would stand, and we'll applaud you at the end. Trent Davis from Etowah, Trey Higgins from Oxford, Tay Meadows from Hanley, and Jet Smith from Walter Welborn, our 2020 nominees for the Player of the Year. And our coaches for this year, starting with Coach Adam Fawcett from the B.B. Comer Tigers, Coach Scott Martin from Ohatchee, Coach Steve Smith from Piedmont, and Coach Larry Strain from Hanley, our 2020 Coaches of the Year. I'd also like to recognize other coaches, school administrators, and principals that are here in attendance tonight. There's too many of you to probably get to you all by name, and I'll certainly miss somebody like I did with Coach Martin last year, and I don't want anybody to be mad at me. But thank you all for coming. I'd also like to recognize a person who has become a very good friend, who is also a big supporter of what we do here at FNN, Dr. Patrick Harrison, his wife Christy, and the whole gang from HSC that's here tonight. Doc, stand up. We also have guests here tonight that helped sponsor tonight's event from Cofield Asphalt, the folks from Ohatchee Supermarket, folks from Grub Mart and Young Oil Company. We have guests from F&M Bank. All of those people supporting FNN throughout the year. We appreciate you all very much. And again, we couldn't do what we do without you, so thank you. I'd also like to recognize our photographer, Lynn Swinford, who is here tonight from LSJ Photography. He's taking pictures for us. And finally, I want to thank Tammy, Ginger, and the incredible staff here from the Oxford Civic Center. All of these folks have been tremendous hosts to us this year, and this is our third year to do this banquet, our third different location, and I think we found a home. We really like it here. We think the facility suits us, and we're not only looking forward to returning here next year for this, but maybe doing some other things in this facility as well that you'll be hearing about in the near future. There's a lot of pride in this room tonight. Everyone in this room has played a part in this season happening. FNN's 10th anniversary season, some 15 games, thousands of viewers across 7 social platforms, well over 1 million on-demand views of content afterwards. We've come a long way since that first Friday night at Weaver back in September in 2011. In fact, we're so proud of what we've accomplished that this year we set a new NFHS pay-per-view record in the state of Alabama for viewership during a non-championship game with our coverage of Fife at Ohatchee. With the cooperation of coaches and players, we brought everyone together for 11 consecutive Tuesday nights at Struts, and I think we can all agree that Struts wings are just as good, 6 feet apart, social distancing as they are if we sit side by side. We found coaches with personality, players with resolve, and great football effort that meant a lot to us on Tuesdays, and we look forward to returning to Struts again this coming season for our Tuesday night high school football coaches show. We'll also be introducing this fall something new, the FNN 24. We're calling it the 24. It's our all-new all-star team featuring the best players from each position on offense, defense, and special teams from throughout our viewing area. I'll give you coaches a heads up now. I'll be calling on you during the summer to talk about how we're going to put this together. We need some advice. It's a tough call. We have a great crew here at FNN. I'm really, really proud of the work that we do. Many of those folks are here working tonight to televise this to folks that couldn't be here with us in person. You can't do this without people who care enough to sweat it out in 100-degree heat when you're pulling over a mile of video and audio cable on a Friday afternoon, or standing in freezing temperatures in the fourth quarter and your hands are so cold that you can't feel your fingers operating the camera. They do an incredible job, and I hope you're half as proud of what you see us do as I am of the crew that we have and what we do. Tonight is about putting a period on the 2020 season and committing to history the results of the year. For us, by recognizing the absolute best with the awarding of 2 more bronze football man trophies, 1 to a player and 1 to a coach. This year's produced outstanding nominees, 8 in total, but only 2 of them leave here tonight as being recognized as our area's very best. Thanks again for coming. We hope you enjoy the celebrating with us tonight, and we certainly are very appreciative of you taking the time to get out in the rain this afternoon and dress up and join us, and we hope you're glad to be here. I've got to get a taller podium next year. We begin this evening's festivities with our nominee one-on-ones, where we'll give you a chance to hear from each coach and each player individually. Please join me in welcoming Daniel Ryan from HSC Athletic Recovery to get us started. Daniel, come on up. It's Bird. Sorry, Daniel.
No, it's okay.
There you go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Harrison Sports Chiropractic, Dr. Harrison, and our staff, it is my pleasure to welcome all of you to the 2020 FNN Awards. It is our honor for HSC Athlete Recovery to present you the opportunity to meet this season's 8 nominees for FNN Coach and Player of the Year. But before we begin, please allow me a quick second to share with you what we are all about at HSC Athlete Recovery. HSC Athlete Recovery is not just a place, but a family. A family where athletes come to heal faster so they can ball harder. Not only in their desired sport, but in the game of life. We believe by helping change the lives of young men and women in small areas, we will be able to affect positive change in the even bigger. These great men that sit before us exemplify so many great qualities. I know as they continue their life journey, they will carry the HSC standard of changing lives for the glory of God and helping others find their purpose. So congrats to all of you, and may you continue winning in this game called life. It has been my pleasure, and it's HSC's pleasure, for Athlete Recovery to watch all of you succeed. Throughout the remainder of tonight's program, you will learn more about each coach, player, and their season, as all of them have accomplished so much. So without further ado, it's time for me to pass the ball to FNN's lead man with our first one-on-one segment of the evening. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Grady Sapp.
Scott, come on up.
There we go. All right, now we got it on. All right. Well, Coach, I think we'd be remiss if we didn't start with talking with you first off, and we'll talk about something far removed from football and talk about how things are going in the community of Ohatchee. We all know with the tornado last week that came through. Talk to us about the things that are going on with the community right now.
Well, I mean, I appreciate it. First of all, our community is super strong. A lot of people in the audience have been in that community before and experienced the type of people that live in our community. And, you know, they've banded together. And from moment one, when I was in Arizona trying to get home and we saw the tornadoes coming, you know, I was in constant contact with our chief of police because I usually open up the storm shelter. So I had to leave that to my wife and she's juggling 5 grandkids at the same time. But everyone has persevered. You know, I mean, there's a lot of tragedy that's going on. You know, there's been loss of life, but, you know, we have a strong community, and I'm really proud of the way they've rallied around. And, you know, my hat's off to a lot of the coaches and people in this community that have gotten in touch with me or with our school over the last week, a little less than a week. A couple of those coaches are sitting out here today, and it's just nice to have that brotherhood of people that reach out and check on you. But not only that, do things for your community and reach out and help. And, you know, that's just what it's all about.
And I know that a lot of people lost a lot of things, certainly in that tornado, but one of the young men greatly affected was a friend with FNN. In fact, I saw him at one of the games we did out at Ohatchee. He made a point to come over and speak and talk to us for being there. But, you know, we're all certainly concerned and thinking about Dominique Thomas and just wanted to check and see how Dominique is doing.
You know, Dominique was an award winner here at this banquet last year. Fine young man, one of the finest that I've coached, you know, and as good a person off the field as he is on the field. And he's at Union College up in Kentucky right now and is continuing his football career. He's had some personal tragic loss, obviously, with his mom and his grandfather and his grandmother this past week. But he is, you know, he's doing exactly what I expect him to do. You know, he's taking it by the horns, and he's making next steps and that preparation, and, you know, being in shock and it all happening within the last few days. I couldn't be more proud, but he's got a great support system around him. And then our community has rallied around him as well as our staff, not only coaching staff, but our whole staff at our school. And, you know, that starts with our administration and everybody reaching out to all of these kids, because we had, not only did Dominique have some losses, but, you know, as of Monday, I think at first we had 9 total students, I think, that lost structures totally. So it's been a trying time. It hadn't happened in a long time in Ohatchee. So it's been an adjustment period.
Well, certainly our thoughts and prayers continue to be with the Ohatchee community and everyone there recovering from the tornadoes this past week. We'll move on to football now and talk a little bit about this past season, another very successful one for you at Ohatchee, another deep playoff run, at least 10 games, I think, a year since 2016 at Ohatchee. Talk a little bit about just kind of, I guess, a quick overview of the season for you as you went through it with COVID, like everyone has had to deal with this year.
Well, I mean, it started with not having spring, everybody getting sent home, and then all the precautions that you had to take going into the summer. And I think that was what was totally different for everybody is, you know, how do you socially distance in football? Well, you know, everybody in this room knows the answer. You don't. And so, you know, it becomes from sanitary conditions, making sure that you're cleaning this, making sure that you're socially distanced when you can be socially distanced, dressing kids in waves in and out at different times so that we don't have too many crossing paths at one time, constantly washing hands, washing, you know, whatever we're doing, you know, having to have people, you know, again, our community, you know, donating tons and tons of water bottles so that everybody can have one, get rid of it, and go on and not have to drink after each other. There was just a lot of challenges, and I don't think anybody knew how to tackle that. And once we did that and got through the summer, getting into the season, you know, I think every coach in here was like, okay, we're going to get delayed. Then once we didn't get delayed, it was like, well, we're going to play 2 games, and that'll be it. And then once you get into 3 games, 4 games, and you get into your region season, then all of a sudden, now if you had a team that had a chance, now you were just really hunkering down with the COVID stuff because you were trying to get through the season and not have to forfeit a game or not have to have any key missing ingredients. And, you know, we were very fortunate this year. We played 13 games on the field, did not have to have a forfeit game at any time, played every opponent that was on our schedule on into the playoffs, had a great season, went undefeated during the regular season except for 1 loss to Welborn in overtime, and then went on to the playoffs and lost to the eventual state champion in Fife. And so by every measure, you know, other than being at the ultimate top at the end, it was a great season for us. And to be able to play 13 games and have kids have some sense of normalcy brought back to their lives after COVID took a lot of that away, I was really proud that we were able to do that. And we did not have one child miss a game due to having COVID. I think we had 3 different that had to sit out from a quarantine standpoint. So we were very fortunate.
And, you know, it was interesting. We had you on at the Tuesday Night Coaches Show several times during the season. And one of those, we talked about the fact you guys had to deal with something this year that you haven't had to deal with a lot, and that was losing a regular season game at home. That doesn't happen very often. Talk a little bit about the rebounding from that and going on to the success you had in the season.
Well, we lost to a great football team,
That's
first
true.
of all.
That you did.
They weren't losing any games either.
That's
so,
true.
Coach Smith and them did a great job at Welborn, and they've had 2 really fine seasons back-to-back, and Jet, who's up nominee tonight, I mean, a great football player, and they built a solid program. And, you know, once we lost to them, I mean, our backs were kind of against the wall because we kind of talked about that. That was our first region game, and you're either going to be first in the region or you're going to be tied for last in the region if you lose the first game, and we were tied for last. And so I can't say enough about our kids being able to focus from that week to the next week to the next week to the next week, and being able to take that next step and put that loss behind us and move on. And obviously it culminated with a great run.
Well, before I let you go, one other thing. A former player of yours, another former player, had a pretty high honor bestowed on him with an induction into the NFL Hall of Fame, and I think you got to go to the ceremony. And of course, we're talking about Ed Reed, who you coached earlier in your career. Talk about that experience for you, being able to go and be at the Hall of Fame induction ceremony.
Well, I mean, that happened year before last. You know, they didn't even have one last year,
right.
but I got to go to the I guess it was the 2019 Hall of Fame induction for the NFL. And if you've never been to Canton, Ohio, and never gone to that induction ceremony, it's really a surreal experience. And to be able to go out there and have one of the players that you coached in high school be inducted into the Hall of Fame, such an honor. I got to meet a lot of other people. I got to meet Ray Lewis. I got to meet, gosh, I can't even tell you all the people that I met. We went, I got to go spend time with Chris Berman, which was an interesting experience there. But there were so many of Ed's friends that we got to sit with and talk with, and you know, they're just guys like us. They just make a lot more money than we do.
No doubt about that. Well, Coach Martin, congratulations on another great season at Ohatchee, and congratulations on another nomination for our FNN Coach of the Year.
I appreciate it, and thank you very much.
Round of applause for Coach Scott Martin. And now we would like to call up to the stage our first nominee for Player of the Year tonight. He is from Oxford High School. Please welcome to the stage Trey Higgins. I think Trey moved quite a bit faster on the football field than in the auditorium here. Well, this is getting to be kind of a regular occurrence every year, so congratulations again on the nomination this year. Let's talk first off, kind of you had time to kind of reflect a little bit since the season wrapped up, maybe on the career as a whole at Oxford. If you have time to think back on some of the memories from that.
Absolutely. You know, after a few weeks or a few days, whatever, you know, you kind of let the emotions of the loss, you know, settle down, and then you just reflect that, you know, like you said, it was a great career, and, you know, I was able to make a lot of memories with my teammates and my brothers that, you know, we're going to carry with us for the rest of our lives. And, I mean, although it didn't finish how we wanted, you know, we still did a lot of good things this past season.
Yeah, you made another deep run all the way into the semifinals. I know that's not where you wanted it to end, but, of course, the year prior, you put it all together and got over the hump on a lot of different areas and brought a state championship home to Oxford. And we'd be remiss if we didn't kind of think back about that a little bit at the end of that season. Talk about that run for you guys with Oxford and what that meant to you and to all of your teammates.
Oh, it was special. You know, it's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. You know, that's something we'll take with us for the rest of our lives. We just, you know, that's the first one in 6A Oxford's ever had, and the first one in 26 years. So, you know, just to know that all our names will go down in the history book, you know, that's special. And just all the hard work you put in the summer and, you know, in the off season, you know, and for all of it to pay off and, you know, finally get to hold up that blue mat was truly a special feeling.
Do you have a favorite moment or moments that you think back on that kind of stand out to you over the career at Oxford? Hard to get one, I know, but do you maybe have a few?
I just have to say, watching Coach E turn around and hand us that blue mat was probably the best because, I mean, that's what you want to do is win a state championship.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what you all play for. Talk about your future, Trey, and what's next for you.
After I graduate from Oxford, I'll be attending Mississippi State University to play baseball.
I know you've got to be very excited about that. Outstanding career on the football field, and we certainly look forward to seeing you can continue that career on the baseball diamond at Mississippi State. Congratulations on your nomination and on a great career at Oxford High School.
Thank you. Thank you.
Our first Player of the Year nominee, Trey Higgins from Oxford High School.
Well done, Trey. Before I get into our first award of the evening, I want to recognize some players who are, some are here with us tonight and some couldn't be here with us, but as those of you know that follow us and watch what we do on Tuesday nights as part of the Tuesday Coaches Show throughout the season, we give a Player of the Week award away along with Harrison Sports Chiropractic. Some of those players are here with us tonight. If you're here when I mention your name, if you'll please stand and we'll applaud you at the conclusion. From week 0, Ryan Dunn from Cherokee County. From week 1, Sean Parnell from Sacs. From week 2, Wesley Wright from Alexandria. From week 3, Noah Fuller from Ohatchee. From week 4, Amarian Adams from Jacksonville. Week 5 was Jace Harris from Munford. Week 6, Aiden Simpson from Ohatchee. Week 7 was Jet Smith from Walter Welborn. Week 8, Trey Higgins from Oxford. Week 9, Sean Smith from Piedmont. And week 10 was Cameron Sandlin from Anniston. I know Cam's not here because he's at a quarterback camp this week, but everyone else, give him a round of applause. Well done, guys. We have a new award this year that is very unique, and it's something that we just kind of came across by happenstance. We did the Oxford at Southside game, and for those of you that watched, Oxford rolled out in some new all-white uniforms with gold numbers and black trim, and Grady, I think we can agree they were pretty slick. When we left that night, we thought, well, you know, it'd be a good idea because school colors are such a big deal for everybody to find a way to honor a team for their look on the football field for each season. So we've created our most outstanding uniform award, and this will be the first year that we've handed that out. We put together 2 uniforms, the Oxford all white and Piedmont's all gray, that we thought were the best 2-looking uniforms that we saw over the season. And then we put a poll up on Facebook and let the fans vote. And about 68,000 voted, I think, between the 2 schools. And anytime you put a 6A school like Oxford and a fan-crazy bunch from Piedmont head-to-head with one another, you're going to get a lot of votes. You're going to get a lot of conversation. And it was a lot of fun to do that this year. Our winner, as you can probably see from over here to my immediate right, is Piedmont's All Gray. Of course, we announced that back during the nominee reveal special back in December after Christmas, and we want to recognize Piedmont here tonight at the banquet. We'd like to ask Coach Smith to come up and tell us a little bit about how the All Grays came about, and then, of course, Coach Smith and Sean can take the award. Guys? Congratulations.
Yeah, we were. I think all the teams and players, you like to do something a little bit different every now and then, and we had an all gold uniform that we wore a couple times over the last few years, and I think the last time we wore the all gold we lost, so we kind of come to an agreement that we wouldn't wear the all gold anymore. We kind of ditched them, and then the gray, just over quarantine, you had a lot of time to think about a lot of different things, and we were sitting around the house one day and we were talking about an alternate uniform, and everybody was chiming in. Rachel, Savannah, Sean, Sloan, we was all talking about it and come up with the all gray and the blue and gold trim letters and numbers on there. And really, to be honest with you, Coach Martin's out there. They pulled out some slick all grays against us a couple years ago, 3 years ago. I don't remember when it was, though, but they looked really good. And so we thought we'd return the favor this year. We pulled them out on them, and then they beat us. So, you know, it really was pretty cool, and the kids really got excited about it. It's always good to do something like that. You know, it gets the kids fired up and motivated, and, you know, hopefully we'll be able to perform better in them in the future. But it's something that we were very, very proud to do, and got a lot of positive comments in our community. And of course, Piedmont folks, I think they would support us no matter what we played in. But, you know, we got a lot of good compliments from the folks in town, and it was something that was really cool for the kids.
Coach, this thing is heavy. If you want to wait and take it down after the awards, I think that'd probably be best. It's very heavy. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And now we come to the part of the program where we hand out our first piece of hardware for tonight. It's our Fan Vote Award. As most of you know, we have a process that we use to select the Coach and Player of the Year. FNN, together with all of our people internally, come up with the 4 nominees. It's all based on players and coaches that either coached or played in a game that's from our immediate viewing area that aired on our network during the 2020 season. We start off with a fan vote on Facebook, giving fans the opportunity to tell us who they think should win from the 4 nominees for Player of the Year and the 4 nominees for Coach of the Year. This year, over 74,000 fans cast their vote for the 2020 Player and Coach of the Year. It's the first step in our 4-phase process of selecting tonight's winners. And, of course, there's nothing scientific about voting for your favorite team. Let's face it, it's basically a popularity contest and to see which fan base can cast the most votes. I got to tell you, when you're going against Piedmont, you better bring your lunch. However, since FNN exists because of fan loyalty and the folks that watch us, we think that it's only appropriate to honor their choice for Coach of the Year and Player of the Year as nominees in each of the 2 categories. So it's my honor to announce our Player of the Year fan vote recipient this year from Oxford High School, Trey Higgins. There you go. Your buddies voted you in.
I just want to thank all my teammates. I couldn't have done this without them. And thank you for the great city of Oxford and all the fans that's obviously supported me. And I just want to thank all of them for the love and support.
Congratulations again, Trey. Trey. There you go. And now for our Coach of the Year. Our 2020 fan vote coach recipient is Coach Adam Fawcett of the B.B. Comer Tigers. Man, these guys put a rush on at the end of voting to push this over the top. Coach Fawcett.
Man, I'd definitely like to thank our community. Tiger Nation is strong. Just an honor to be here and to be included in this is a wonderful thing for myself, my family, and our program. So definitely thank everybody that voted for us. It's good to have ties in 2 different states. So a lot of people from Georgia voted for me too because I'm an old Georgia boy. So we definitely appreciate it. Thank you.
Let me give you your box, Coach. Tote that thing around by yourself. Congratulations, Coach Fawcett. Guys done an incredible job turning a program around. We'll talk about that a little bit more in just a moment. But now it's time for our next one-on-one segment presented by HSC Athlete Recovery. Grady, it's all yours.
All right, we would like to now welcome to the stage the head coach for the Handley Tigers, Coach Larry Strain. Of course, the season ended in a 4A state championship and a blue map for the Tigers, and we're certainly excited to have Coach Strain as one of our Coach of the Year nominees. Coach, welcome to the stage. And
happy to be here.
Congratulations.
Appreciate you inviting me.
Yeah, congratulations on the nomination. 2 of those blue maps in 6 seasons at Handley. That's a pretty good run to start the career there.
Been real fortunate. In 16, we won the 4A state championship that year, and get to find out how good a coach you are when you have 27 seniors that year that graduate. I think I won 1 ball game the next season, so don't think that it's about coaching. It's a lot of times about them players that you have. But we're fortunate enough to win 1 in 16, and of course this time in 2020. And sometimes you just never know when these things are going to happen and take place, and just blessed to be a part of it.
Of course, the only loss that you had was an incredible game at the end of the season with Central Clay County, and that was a 1-point game. And you like playing that type of game headed into the postseason, a big game like that, a rivalry game like that?
Well, that's one game that, since Limeville and Clay County, combined schools, Clay Central did us the honor of picking us as, their rival. And I really appreciate them doing that to us. And so now we have to play them, and we're typically used to playing the Clay Bowl on game 10 there. And that's where, the game was at game 10 when I first got there. But now me and Coach Horn both have agreed that if we could find another date other than game 10 to play game 5 or game 1, we would probably welcome the idea. But it's always a great measuring stick to have to play somebody the caliber of Clay Central. And of course, Coach Horn does such a great job at what he does there. And the first 4 or 5 years, Clay Central won every single game with Handley. I think my first year at Handley, we had beaten them twice. But now Coach Horn's kind of up the ante again for the last several years. But we lost that game 15-14 this time, and I think it was 45 seconds to go in the game when they took the lead. Of course, he went for 2 to make sure that he won the ball game. So that was return favor to me back in 2004. I went for 2 to beat him in the semifinals, if you remember that. So I think that was playing in the back of his mind too.
He has a long memory.
He sure does.
Well, that loss certainly didn't hurt the team, because you went on a postseason run that included double-digit wins all the way through the state championship game. And, of course, that was also a big win over the number 1 ranked team in Class 4A American Christian in that run. Talk about your team's performance, especially as we got into the postseason.
Well, every time we've been fortunate enough to make a big run in the playoffs, and I keep telling our kids all the time that it's not about the team who's the best in week 8, week 9, and week 10. It's the team that can keep getting better and improving each and every week. And I think that our team this time was very indicative of that. I think that it was a tone setter in game 10, simply to, you're rolling along there, you haven't been beat yet, and it kind of adjusts them attitudes just a little bit for those kids. And I think that they went on to a mission then to get better each and every week, and I really believe that we did. And especially going into ACA week, it was a huge ball game for us, obviously, because you're playing the semifinals, going to get to play the state championship the next week. But, we placed a very great quarterback in that game, and our kids just rose to the challenge to get ready to play that team.
And I know that you guys dealt a lot with the COVID-19 situation in the season, because I remember doing your game at Cherokee County, and I think at that time you'd only played 2 games, 3 games or something maybe, or maybe even only 1 prior to that. You had a lot of them that you didn't get to play early in the season.
We had 4 games this time that we did not get to play during the regular season. Now, one of those was a jamboree, but I lost 3 home ball games. And so we had, in the second week of the season, we played Mumford at home, and then we didn't get to play at home again to game 10 in Clay Central. So it was a long span there that we had to go without getting to play at home. But, I tried to think of different things that you could do to help COVID-wise, and a lot of people laughed at me. My players didn't know what was going on. When we went up to play Cherokee County, the game that y'all happened to carry there, of course, I'm without my starting linebacker. I'm without my starting quarterback. I got 7 starters out that night, and it was all because I had my starting center, who was on the bus, came down as a positive test for the COVID. And so my health nurse kept telling me this 6:15 and trace. Well, from that point on, we put 12 players on each bus. 6 of them rotated every 14 minutes to a different seat. And when we got to the game coming home, we swapped those 6 players again, so nobody could claim that we had anybody within 15 minutes of each other to pass the COVID virus. So you had to be kind of smart about some of the things that you do.
Well, Coach, for what it's worth, it didn't really seem to have a whole lot of effect on you, especially in the second half of the game that we saw.
Well, our kids rose to the level, and it was all about the next guy up, and that's what we were talking about. And I think that's one thing that helped bring our team together.
And I want to just touch on the career for you. I mean, all the years at Woodland, a couple of state championship game appearances there, a couple of basketball titles there on the girls' side, and now 2 state championships with Handley. Quite the career that you've put together, and you've got to enjoy a lot of highs in that career.
Well, I sure have, and the biggest thing is.
I think we turned your mic off. Let me grab you here.
Well, it's been a wonderful career. The good Lord has blessed us, but I've been fortunate to have good players, and I've had good people around me and good coaches as well. But it's been a blessing. I just felt like that was my take in life, what I was supposed to be, and that's where the good Lord has pointed me to.
Well, Coach Strain, congratulations on another state championship with the Handley Tigers, and congratulations on tonight's nomination.
Thank you, sir.
Coach Larry Strain, head coach for the Handley Tigers tonight. Our second Coach of the Year nominee.
All right, well, we didn't want Grady to sit in the same place too long, so we thought we'd bring him to the podium to do the honors this evening of introducing tonight's guest speaker, who I'm pleased to have here with us this evening, and I think she's going to have a great message for all of us. Grady, come on up and introduce Lauren.
All right, Jim, thanks very much. And obviously we're very excited to have Lauren with us. Lauren Sisler is a 2-time national award-winning sports broadcaster who joined ESPN and the SEC Network in 2016 as a sideline reporter. She did both college football and gymnastics. And in 2017 and 2018, as you know, she added the role of reporter for SEC Nation, SEC Network's traveling pregame college football show on Saturdays in the fall. In addition, she serves as a sports reporter and a host at AL.com, where she covers a multitude of teams and sports in the state of Alabama. As a former collegiate gymnast at Rutgers University, Lauren is passionate about sports, but even more passionate about telling the stories of the coaches, the athletes, and the fans who make it more than a game. Her journey, it hasn't always been full of victories and celebrations. Lauren has had a story of her own that she'll be sharing with us tonight. In the aftermath of tragedy, she has set out to spread awareness while also providing us all with a message of hope, no matter the circumstances life throws your way. Please welcome FNN's Award Night's guest speaker, Lauren Sisler.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We have made it here to 2021. Can we get a round of applause for that? Yes. I don't know about you, but Coach Strain, you have me giggling. That was like musical chairs, like 14 minutes of musical chairs. That's pretty impressive. I've heard some stories, but that's a good one. And I got to tell you, standing up here, we were having a conversation earlier, just the fact that we have the opportunity to, highlight all of your accomplishments. I mean, I remember rolling into August without any idea if we were going to have a college football season, if I was going to have a job, if I was going to be out on the sidelines covering college football. And I'm sitting here thinking, okay, what are we going to do here? And then I remember getting the phone call from ESPN saying, hey, we're going to do this thing, and we're going to assign you to the game in Montgomery, the FCS kickoff. So unbeknownst to me, I didn't realize the magnitude of getting to cover the first college football game during a pandemic era. And I got in my car that night just after midnight and sat down and took a deep breath and said, holy cow, like, we did it. And I think that is kind of where I want to start my message, because obviously the 2020 season, I imagine, didn't look anything like any of us expected, right? It looked quite a bit different. And you guys had to go through a lot. You had to endure a lot. I remember sticking a Q-tip up my nose every Monday before a Saturday football game. And every time I would open that email that said, hey, your COVID test is ready, I was just terrified, because I'm like, oh my gosh, what if this is the week that I'm positive? Oh my gosh, what if I don't get to go out there and cover this football game? So I can only imagine what each of you felt as coaches and players, having to go through that same thing, that same routine, week in and week out. The contact tracing, musical chairs, shifting around on the bus, making sure you did everything you possibly could to keep yourself safe, your teammates safe, your family safe. But, you know, as mentioned before, football is a contact sport. You can't take the contact out of football. Sorry, that just isn't possible. And so, you know, for you guys to endure all that you did, to go through this, you should be very proud of yourselves to be able to get through this season and to achieve all that you did. And I think that is what is so special about you all as young men here in this room, and as coaches and as parents that are here sitting before us tonight. So I just want to say congratulations, job well done, great work, and it only gets easier from here. Come on, I surely hope that as we return to normal, things get easier from here. You know, as a sports reporter, I have an opportunity to ask a lot of questions, okay? And I'll tell you, my husband does not love that, asking questions, especially when we're out on the golf course and he hacks it into the weeds, and I'm like, well, why did you do that? Why are you asking me that question, Lauren? And you can just see the frustration on his face. My trainer in the gym, I ask questions all the time. What do I do here? How much weight do I do here? Am I squatting low enough? Am I doing this? Am I doing that? And he always looks at me and he just says, can you ask any more questions? I'm like, it's what I do for a living. Like, I get paid to ask questions, okay? So I'm a professional question asker. But I get to talk to a lot of coaches and athletes like yourselves, and it's something I enjoy doing. And I ask questions, we talk about the X's O, we break down the game plan, we talk about the opponent, the upcoming game. But I'm always curious to know what drives you. What drives athletes and coaches to get out of bed every morning? What ignites that fire? What gets them motivated? And of course, the wins and the losses, the wins and the accomplishments, and the championships, of course that motivates you. That fuels your fire, the competitiveness. But also, you know, the pitfalls, the challenges, the losses, the disappointments that come with being in athletics. Like, that's all part of the game. You're going to have disappointments. You're going to run into roadblocks. And while I think that the wins help define us, so do the losses, so do the mistakes, so does the learning process. All of that helps to define us and the direction that we're heading in this life. And I want to encourage you and remind you, it's not what you do for a living that defines you. It's who you are. It's what you do when you wake up every morning with a blank canvas. It's what you do. It's how you treat people. It's the relationships you build. It's the leader that you are on and off the field. Those are the things that are going to define you. When you graduate from high school, when you go off to college, when you start that new chapter in your life, when you graduate from college and start a family, get married, have kids, how you treat people, how you act, and the decisions you make and what you do going forward is going to define you. And it's all in a process of discovering yourself, discovering your purpose. Daniel Ryan, I guess, said it earlier. Did I get the name right? Daniel Ryan? There he is, right there. Daniel Bird. Oh, but it was Ryan in the I messed it up. Okay, we messed it up. No big deal. Daniel Bird said it. So, you know, just thinking about how you're going to take ownership in life, take ownership in the journey that you're going to take each and every day. And it starts with finding your identity, finding your purpose in life. And I'll tell you, it's a process to discover that, to figure that out, to know what direction you're heading when you close the chapter in that book and flip to the next. And for me, I'll take you back on my journey, and I'll try to give you the footnotes version of this. I grew up in Roanoke, Virginia, in a small suburban neighborhood, and it was my mom and my dad and my older brother Alan, and we were a family always on the go. My brother was a 3-sport athlete: basketball, football, baseball. My dad was typically on the sidelines coaching my brother up, always a volunteer coach. And me, I was the gymnast, which is always shocking to people because they look at me and I don't have heels on right now, and I'm 5'9". They're like, wait a sec, you're a gymnast? Basketball, volleyball, gymnastics? Like, really? I'm like, yeah, true story. Probably the tallest Division I gymnast ever to grace the planet of this, the face of this earth. I can tell you that. But nevertheless, gymnastics was a sport I fell in love with at an early age. I started when I was 3. I was competitive by the time I was 5 years old, and kept moving up the ranks. Next thing you know, I'm a level 10, and I'm loving it. I'm having the time of my life. And I never forget going to my first national gymnastics competition in Florida. It was just outside of Orlando. We hopped in the car. We drove over 10 hours. Me, my mom, my dad, and my brother. And back then, we didn't even have Walkmans, y'all. We had, like, the tape cassettes that you put the headphones on. So you guys got it made. Like, I'm dating myself here, but that's how we rolled. So I remember kicking back in the car for 10 hours and just, you know, jamming out to some music and just enjoying the ride. And so I get to this national competition, and I'm having a pretty good meet, you know, and I'm young, and I'm bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and just super excited to be competing on this national stage for the first time. This is so awesome, y'all. And so I go to each event, and in gymnastics, it's vault, bars, beam, and floor. Well, I get to the balance beam, which is my last event, and I start going through each skill. I'm having a great routine so far. I get to the very end of my routine, and I do this skill, and it's called a full turn, and it's like the easiest skill in the book. It's classified as an A, which is the easiest skill you can possibly do. And I bobbled, and I fell off the balance beam. And I remember when I hit the mat, it was like this flood of disappointment came over me. Here I am, national stage. I had nailed this meet. I was in it to win it. You know, I was gonna do well in the all around, and all of a sudden that all goes out the window. And I just remember feeling that disappointment. But through that disappointment, as I started to lift myself back up on the balance beam, I can remember hearing from way over in this ballroom that this gym was set up in. I could hear my mom jump out of the stand, and she says, "Don't worry, Lauren, we're still going to Disney World." And to me, that was like, oh my gosh, we're still going to Disney World. I think she must have learned that from those Super Bowl winning quarterbacks, because that was like the theme, right? Every year, Patrick Mahomes got to do it. I guess Tom Brady's gotten to do it a multitude of times. And yeah, we went to Disney World. And life was good again. Life was all right. I wasn't disappointed. I didn't let my coaches and my parents down. Everything was going to be all right. And so, you know, that was a fond memory that I had of just spending quality time with my family and traveling and getting to do that in gymnastics. Well, things picked up in gymnastics as I continued, and I knew that I wanted to earn a college scholarship. I was training 20, 25 hours a week. I was commuting over an hour each way to gymnastics practice every day. And so I put my head down. I said, all right, I'm going to do this thing. I'm going to get a scholarship. And so, of course, again, I'm dating myself. This was back when you were stuffing envelopes, VHS tapes. I know y'all got that huddle life. I mean, that's the easy life. You guys save a lot of money with that, although I know it costs a lot of money to get those highlight reels together. But thanks to networks like y'all, you guys put these guys on a platform every week. It's good. It's good stuff. But I remember, I had to have sent out like 50 tapes. And I started getting some offers rolling in, and like NC State, UNC, West Virginia, Air Force Academy, and then Rutgers. And Rutgers was like never on my radar. I was like, Rutgers? Like, where the heck is Rutgers? Like, I have zero clue where Rutgers is. And come to find out, it's in New Jersey. And I'm like, all right, well, this Virginia girl's going to go take an official visit to New Jersey. Let's see what this life's all about. So I go on official visit, and honestly, I never realized this, but, you know, I get there, and, you know, I met with my coaches, I met with my potential future teammates, and I fell in love. I was like, this is pretty cool. And, you know, Rutgers, I guess if you kind of put it into perspective, it kind of reminds me of like UAB. It's a very like downtown type of campus, sort of in the middle of everything. And then there's multiple campuses within the one campus. But I fell in love, and I was like, this could be a great opportunity to branch out, to try something new, to see a different part of the world. And so I signed my letter of intent, and I am off to fulfill my dreams of being a collegiate gymnast, and all my dreams are right there in front of me. So fast forward to my second semester. I was a freshman at Rutgers, and I'm studying pre-med at the time, and I'm getting ready for some exams that night, and I picked up the phone like I always did. I had a very close relationship with my parents even when I went off to college, and you know, I called them just to check in. I always had to tell my mom like how my gymnastics practice was going. Hey, I nailed my dismount today. You're not going to believe it. It was so great, this and that. And talking to my dad about, you know, just school life in general, always busting my chops about something, who knows. And then we hung up the phone and said, I love you. And that was it. And I remember setting my alarm clock, saying my prayers that night, and going to bed. And I wake up to the phone ringing, and I look at the clock, and it's the middle of the night, and of course my heart starts to race, and I'm, oh gosh, like, you know, who's calling me in the middle of the night? And I grab my cell phone off the dresser, and I look at the caller ID, and it says home. And I knew this couldn't be good. I said, oh gosh, you know, I answered the phone with hesitation, and I said, hello? And my dad was on the other end, and he said, Lauren, I need to talk to your brother. And I'm like, well, Dad, what's wrong? And you could tell he was just, his voice was shaking. He said, I just need to talk to your brother. I can't find his number anywhere. I need to get in touch with your brother. And I said, Dad, please tell me what's wrong. And he said, Lauren, your mom died. And I said, what? Mom? Like, we literally just talked like 5 or 6 hours ago. She seemed fine. Everything seemed okay. It's the middle of the night. What could possibly have happened? And he said, Lauren, I can't explain it now. Get on the next plane you can. I'll be at the airport in Virginia to pick you up. And so I got on that airplane, and I remember the plane touching down, and I go sprinting through the terminal, and all I wanted to do in that moment was run and jump in my dad's arms. I wanted my dad to tell me everything was going to be okay, and I knew my dad would be there and tell me everything was going to be okay. He said he was going to be at the airport, right? I run outside, and my dad is nowhere to be seen. And instead, my uncle and my cousin pull up to pick me up that day. And in my mind, I'm thinking, you know, everything, you know, my dad's just at the hospital. He's taking care of things. I'm going to see him soon. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Just breathe, breathe, breathe. And we get in the car, and we start driving. And my uncle is driving the car. And I remember sitting in the back seat, and I finally worked up the courage. And I said, Uncle Mike, I said, where's my dad? And he said, Lauren, I'm sorry, but your dad passed away too. And I just could not believe I was hearing those words. My mom dies, and then my dad dies within hours of each other. And I just can't figure out why. What happened? Please, someone tell me what happened. And unfortunately, we wouldn't find out for months what happened to both of my parents when the autopsy and toxicology reports came back. Both of my parents were going to a pain management doctor. Both of them were seeking help to help them cope with their chronic pain. My dad had chronic back pain, and he served several years in the military and struggled with some PTSD and some depression issues. My mom had degenerative disc disease, which required multiple surgeries over the course of time. And they'd gone to this pain management doctor over the course of about 3 to 4 years, and they were taking prescription drugs, and unfortunately those prescription drugs ultimately took both of their lives. They became very reliant on those prescription drugs to get them out of bed every morning. But the crazy thing is, and what I didn't understand, is my parents woke up every day with a smile on their faces. They got out of bed every morning ready to conquer the day. Were they perfect? No. Were there arguments? Absolutely. Was there dysfunction? There always is. Every family goes through it. But I'll tell you, never did I suspect that either of my parents were abusing their prescription drug medication. And never did I think that I would lose my parents to something like this. And I think for me, the hardest part was having to go back to school. 2 weeks after both of my parents were laid to rest, I went back to school. And my aunt and uncle said, Lauren, you've got to go back to school. You've got to pick up the pieces. You've got to keep moving forward. You've got a commitment to yourself, your university, your teammates, and most of all, this is what your parents would want. You have to go back to school. And so I said, all right, I'm going to go back to school. This is what I got to do. I got to go back to school. But I tell you what, I got back to school, and I fell so far into denial, so far into denial that I was just running so far from reality, running. How many of you guys just run from reality? Things happen, challenges happen in this life, and you just say, you know what, I'm going to forget about it. I'll get there tomorrow. And the problem was I just kept running because I was afraid to face the truth. So we learned that my parents died of prescription drug overdoses, but I refused to acknowledge the truth. I refused to read that toxicology report and that autopsy report because I refused to acknowledge that both of my parents were prescription drug addicts, because the word addict comes with a negative label. The word addict is something that people have stigmatized and believe it's a character flaw. And I think I was so afraid to acknowledge that that's how my parents died because I was afraid that I was going to burn their legacy, that their legacy was bound in my hands. And if I told the truth and spoke the truth about what took my parents' lives, that's how they would be remembered, not for the people that woke up and were so part of the community and gave their heart to so many different things. That's the parents I remember, but I was so fearful that if people knew exactly how my parents died, that they would see it differently. You know, and growing up, I don't think I ever quite understood what addiction was, and I didn't quite understand how it could have a hold on someone. And I could never use the word addiction and overdose in the same sentence with my parents. It was something I was so ashamed of. But my auntie Linda, really got through to me after several years. She started to break down these walls that I had built up to protect my family, to protect myself. And she helped me to realize that my parents aren't defined by how they died. My parents are defined by how they lived, and I can carry that torch. I can carry that light for them. I can be a light, and I can be a vessel of hope for other people. And so that's kind of where I feel I found my purpose in all of this. And I feel that I've been given a chance to do something special in this lifetime. I've been given this gratitude for life that I don't think that I would have had that if this not have happened to me. But I'll be honest, it was a process. So even when I acknowledged that my parents had passed away from addiction, from prescription drug overdoses, I still for years was so afraid of like telling people, because I was afraid that I might not be selected for awards. I was afraid that if I went in and sat down for a job interview that maybe, ESPN would go do a Google search and find out, well, her parents died of addiction. Man, like, what does that mean about her? Maybe she's not qualified. Maybe she has her own character flaws. Maybe she might fall into that same addictive behavior. And I had all these thoughts going and churning in my head over and over and over again. But yet all these doors continued to open. All these opportunities continued to open. I kept putting one foot in front of the other and said, hey, I'm just going to keep doing this. I'm going to keep moving forward. And what I realized as I started to undo those shackles of shame, I realized that I was in control of my destiny. I had the ability to stand up, to stand tall, to keep moving forward, and I wasn't going to be judged and or defined by my past and by my parents' history and by their past. And so I feel like when I stand up on stage, I'm standing up here in their honor and doing something to help other people by shedding light on an epidemic that we're facing in this country, which is addiction. So with that being said, I am just so thankful for the opportunity to be here to share my experience with you, because I do feel that sports broadcasting has led me here. Sports broadcasting has led me to this opportunity. And much like Rutgers was never on my radar, neither was the state of Alabama. You know, when I knew of Alabama, look, I'm from Virginia up in the mountains. I thought Alabama was flat. I thought Alabama was hot and muggy. And I thought Alabama was very rural, although I love rural because that's what I grew up in and that's what I was acclimated to. But little did I know when I was recruited to come to Alabama that I would have this amazing experience. And now it's a place that I am so thankful to call home. And then, oh, by the way, I roll into Alabama in 2011, and we know what has happened in this state in terms of championships since 2011. Let the good times roll. Now, don't think you're going to get a Roll Tide or a War Eagle from me. Ain't going to happen. But with that being said, I went to Rutgers when we were 1-11 my freshman year, y'all. I was at every single home game, though. I was backing them through and through. Well, we were 1-11. Finally, my senior year, we go to a bowl game. Super excited about that. Like, yes, we went to a bowl game. We were in the Big East. People call it the Big Easy. But Rutgers now in the Big Ten, and we're starting to do some things. We're starting to come around, obviously making a run at the NCAA tournament too. Proud of my boys. But with that being said, I get to Alabama, and people are like, football is a big deal down here. And I'm like, oh, okay, like, all right. I'll believe it when I see it. And I get down here, and they're like, SEC football is like a real thing, and it's like a big deal. I was like, okay. And so I get down here, and I'm like, oh, I see exactly what you're talking about. Very quickly realized how big football was down here. And, of course, it starts at the high school ranks and floats on up. So it starts with you guys, and it starts with the passion and the pageantry that comes from high school athletics, and obviously Pop Warner and all the Little League and so on and so forth. A fond memory I have of covering my very first Alabama A-Day game, y'all. You're going to love this story. It's really embarrassing, but you're going to love it. So my first A-Day game was in 2012. I got here in 2011, like right before the season kicked off. So fast forward to 2012, and we're at Denny Chimes. So Alabama A-Day, they bring the 3 captains back for the Walk of Fame, right? So what they do is they bring them back. They go to Denny Chimes. They've got these cement blocks. They put their hand in there. They put their cleat print in the cement and say a few words of gratitude, and then we're on with our day. So I'm there at CBS 42 with my photographer, and he says, hey, Lauren, I really need you to run down to the stadium, and I need you to get a tripod for me. So I have my tennis shoes on. I'm like, I got this. I can do this. So I sprint down to the stadium, and as I'm grabbing the tripod out of the truck, I can hear the sirens coming, and I'm like, ooh, that means Nick Saban and company are on their way. I better sprint back. So I take off running, and I am guns a-blazing, Speedy McSpeederson here, and I get back to Denny Chimes, and there are thousands of fans standing around, and everyone's cheering and getting ready for Nick Saban. And it was Trent Richardson, Dante Hightower, and Mark Barron. I think those were the 3 guys getting inducted that day. And I'm like, ooh, I made it just in the nick of time. And so there's this circle of reporters standing around, and I go running. Let me get to my photographer. He's on the other side of the circle. So I go blowing through. And oh, by the way, little did I know that they were actually standing around the wet cement, guarding the wet cement from people like me that ended up ruining, I want to say it was Mark Barron's block. It might have been Trent Richardson's, but it was pretty embarrassing. So I had these brand new white Nike tennis shoes on. I was like so fired up, my first A-Day game. And that happens, and I'm mortified because those sirens are getting closer and closer. I'm like, Nick Saban is right around the corner, and if he finds out that I destroyed, like, I'm getting fired. Like, game over. Thankfully, they had a guy over there with a bucket and a spatula ready to go. But I will say I became the first ever female to induct myself into the Walk of Fame at Alabama. Thank you. So that was a pretty fun story. So that was kind of how I got inducted into the season. I'll tell you, the question that I get most is, are you an Alabama fan or Auburn fan? I remind people that, well, I'm neither. I'm unbiased because we work in the media. We are not biased, correct? Right? But I tell people when I wear red, I'm like, dude, like, this isn't crimson. This is scarlet. So I have to remind people that my red is scarlet. It's a little different than the crimson that's out there. But I will tell you that it is very hard to be in the locker room covering athletics, watching grown men cry. It's very hard. So even when they're winning, that's hard. But when they lose, it's even harder. And I'll tell you, you walk into a locker room, especially after a college football game, a national championship, and when the game has been lost, it seems like kind of all rules go out the window. And so you go in the locker room, and it's like everyone is just in tears. And I'll never forget, I think it was Alabama-Clemson 2017, Ryan Anderson. We walk in the locker room, and we're all standing there waiting to go up and talk to the players and ask questions. And Ryan Anderson goes, first person that asks me a question is going to get dropped. And I go, oh. So, of course, I was terrified. And then here comes Scott Cochran, the strength and conditioning coach, blazing out of the showers. And he's got his head, he shaved his head. I mean, he's bleeding from all over the place. And he's like, boys, We got to get this together. You guys need to be grown men right now. Win or lose, we're going to be grown men. You need to button it up. Let's go. Let's treat these media members with respect. That whole entire locker room flipped around, and it was a different deal in that locker room that day. But I'll tell you, it's very difficult when you have to cover those championships when they're losses. But I'll tell you, it's not about the wins and losses. For me, the championships are more about the stories. When I see the confetti falling from the sky, I think about the stories, the layers of stories. Each piece of confetti represents multitude of stories, and I think that is a vision for me that was once blurred because I was so afraid to tell my story for so many years. But these are the stories that make athletics more than a game. The passion, the love, the dedication that the players and the coaches and the community and the parents put in each and every day. Everyone has a story. Everyone is going through something in life, and you are going to go through a whole lot more. But I'll tell you, when I realized through this journey that, you know, these stories can have such a positive impact on other people. When people flip on a game, what are we rooting for? What are we cheering for? Yeah, we're cheering, we're looking at the scoreboard, we're hoping for the wins, but there's so much more that comes with athletics. There's so much more that comes, you know, behind that face mask, behind that helmet. And I just think of the shackles that I was shackled to with shame for so many years because I was afraid to share my own story. And people are coming to me and say, hey, yeah, I got this great story, I got this great story. And I'm like over here like, oh, I'm going to tell your story, but then I can't even share my own. And that's when the light bulb went off. I said, I got to share my story. This is what I do for a living. I share stories, and these stories can help other people. They can lift everyone's spirits. They can bring people together, and we need that more than ever right now as we stand here in 2021. And I'll tell you, once I began that painful process of opening up and sharing my story and being less ashamed of it, I realized that I had been set free. No more shame, no more guilt, no more fear of judgment. And, you know, I realized that nobody is exempt from life's difficult circumstances. Nobody is perfect. But we all have a choice. We all have a choice of how we're going to respond to adversity, right? We all have a choice of how we are going to get up and choose to attack the day. And so how will your resilience shine through each and every day when you do face challenges, when you go through situations that we're going through? You keep moving, you get back up, you keep moving forward, and ultimately you embrace the moment that you're in. Nick Saban, along with several other coaches I know, always says, be where your feet are. He says it to his players. He says it in press conferences all the time. Be where your feet are. Enjoy this moment. Embrace this moment. Sure, look ahead. Dream about the future. Think about, you know, what it is you want to achieve in this lifetime, but you have to embrace this moment. And I know for so many years, growing up in high school, there were so many things that I wanted, you know. Oh, I want that cool car. Like, I really wanted a Trans Am, y'all. Like, that was my dream car. Black on black. I wanted that Trans Am so bad. Never got that Trans Am. I was driving a teal, beat-up Pontiac Grand Prix. And you know what? I was lucky to have a car. But I didn't see it that way, you know. I was like, man, I want this and I want that. But what I realized, it wasn't what I wanted. I had everything that I needed. I had my family right there to support me. I had my family there, you know, in those moments. I had my community, my teammates, people surrounding me, that love and those relationships. And what I've learned in this lifetime is that there is one thing that you cannot buy, and that is time. Time is irreplaceable. And time is something that is both priceless but also non-refundable. You can't get time back. And so I think about this pandemic season and everything you've gone through. And as seniors, you're about to embark on this next journey, you know, whether you're up and coming, you're going off to college, all these things. You're going to look back at 2020 and you see all these photos and all these memories where people are wearing masks, where people's smiles are hidden. But you have to think, behind those masks and behind those face coverings are stories, are people, are resilient people, determined people. We've overcome a lot, y'all. We have overcome so many challenges in all this. And so as we think about 2021 and what's ahead, I encourage you not to think about all the things that you've lost in 2020, but all the things that you've overcome. So replace that word lost with overcome, and you're going to find there's so many blessings on the other side. So many doors will open for you. And let's be real, y'all. In sports, everyone loves a good comeback story. So why don't we use 2021 and beyond and make this the greatest comeback of all time? I appreciate everything from you guys. I appreciate this opportunity. I appreciate you inviting me, Jim, to be up here to speak to this group. And I just want to applaud you in all your accomplishments, the players, the coaches, the parents, the family and the community, everyone that's here, anyone that's watching from afar. It's been a tough one, y'all, but I tell you what, you earned it. You deserve this. Just keep pushing forward and, keep grinding. Good things are to come.
Scott, I don't feel so bad about leaving you out last year now. At least I didn't run through the concrete. But I'm not going to make the same mistake this year. Grady is moved over to my right for another one-on-one from HSC Athlete Recovery, and we're going to start with the one I skipped last time. Jet Smith, get up here. Our nominee for Player of the Year. This is Jet's second time to be recognized by our Player of the Year nomination, and he'll now join Grady for our first of 3 consecutive one-on-ones, and we're on our 2-minute speed up. So let's go, guys.
All right, in spite of the speed up, you don't really have to run up to get on the stage, though. Jet, welcome back to the stage once again, and, of course, another year nominated for our Player of the Year. Congratulations on that.
Thank you for having me.
Let's talk a little bit about, the career. And one stat that I was looking at leading into tonight just kind of really blows my mind. Number 2 all-time in the state of Alabama in tackles with 624 tackles. That is what I would call having a nose for the football and being in the right place at the right time over and over and over again.
Yes, sir. When I'm out there on the field, I want to make the play, and I feel like if I don't make the play, nobody's going to make the play, so I want to go make it. And it's not that I don't have faith in my teammates. That's just the mentality I have when I'm out there playing.
You know, I heard Coach Steve Smith give you a compliment in terms of a drive in the game against Piedmont, that they wanted to try to run plays that would that they knew you were going to be there, and that was to get you tired out a little bit. And I think that says a world about your abilities as a defensive football player.
Yes, sir.
And, of course, we flip that around. You're also the starting quarterback. Great seasons as the quarterback for the Wellborn Panthers as well. And you brought that same hard-nosed tenacity onto the offensive side of the football when you ran the ball or making plays.
Yes, sir. I couldn't do it without my teammates, my offensive line. I just try to give everything I got, offense, defense, special teams. I just try to help out my team the best I can.
Tell us what's next for Jet Smith as you've played your final season with the Panthers, and what's next for you?
I'll be playing football for Jacksonville State University, defense, safety.
That's great news for the rest of us that we get to continue to watch you play here in the area on Saturdays. Jet, congratulations on a fantastic career, and congratulations on another Player of the Year nomination.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. That's Jet Smith from the Wellborn Panthers, our second Player of the Year nominee. Now we will move along and welcome to the stage our next Coach of the Year nominee. He is the head coach for the B.B. Comer Tigers down in Sylacauga. Please welcome Coach Adam Fawcett to the stage tonight. Coach Fawcett has been at B.B. Comer for a few years now. It's his third coaching stint down in Talladega County. And first off, Coach, congratulations on the nomination, and we appreciate you being here.
Thank you. We appreciate being here.
As I mentioned, third time in Talladega County. What kind of keeps leading you back? It was Winterboro, then it was Childersburg, and now B.B. Comer.
You start out at a place like Winterboro, and things go well. My last season there, we win 10 ball games, and you kind of have a chance to go to a bigger school, go to 4A Childersburg, and had success there, and you start feeling pretty good about yourself, and you start, opportunities come, and you start getting some phone calls and things like that, and we took a chance to go to Smith Station, go to a 7A, and it's a different world, and probably one of the most disguised blessings I ever had was to only do 2 years down there and get to come back. So the big lesson is that not to burn bridges, and that was one thing that I brought up when I had interest in coming back to Talladega County was I left on good terms. When I did leave, I met with our superintendent, Dr. Lacey, and told her my reasoning, and was straight up with her and very forward with her and very honest with her. So it was an opportunity to come back, and my wife's family's from Sylacauga. My parents have since moved over to Sylacauga from Georgia, so that's where our family is.
Well, let's talk about this B.B. Comer program now. When you got there and took over the program, I think it was down, was it 12 or 14 players your first year?
The last game of the year before I got there, they finished with 13 players.
13 players. So you have to start from there. They hadn't had a winning season, I think, when you got there since 2001, I believe it was.
Yes, sir.
Talk about the rebuild. And, I mean, the process has been fairly quickly with you in your third year this past season and a great run. So talk about that process of how you got B.B. Comer from 13 players and no winning season since 01 and to a playoff contender each and every year.
The big thing was, day one, meeting with the guys and talking to them and saying, hey, these are the expectations. We're in this together, and recruiting the hallways. You start walking the hallways during a class change, and you see all these kids, and you're like, did you play football? No, I didn't play. Or, I played, but I didn't play last year. And so recruiting the hallways and getting some kids to come back. I had a great senior group that first year. Your first year we went 2-8, and that senior group they had to overcome a coaching change. They had to overcome a new offense, a new defense, new expectations, and they stuck in there. And they're the foundation of our program and where it's at today. So, and then you keep building up. We were 6-6 two seasons ago. We finished in the 4 seed in a very tough region with Welborn and Piedmont, and we were fortunate to get the 4 seed. We go on the road, and my guys show up in the second half, and we beat a very strong Fultondale team and get an opportunity to host the second-round game for the first time in, I think, over 17 years or something like that. And Geraldine comes to us, and they put it to us that year, but the accomplishments, the baby steps that you take there, are huge. And then last year we go 9-2. We win 8 of those games on the field. We get a first-round bye because St. Luke's couldn't play because of the COVID stuff. But we win 8 of those ball games on the field, and I was very proud of that. Just when our season was ending, I was proud of that going into the playoffs. Our 2 losses were to Lynette, who was coming off a state championship in 1A, and we lose to Abbeville, who ends up playing for the state championship. So. The building and the steps and everything else, it really has nothing to do with X's and O's, honestly. It's all about the kids. It's all about the buy-in. It's all about the relationships. And I think if you ask any of the coaches that are sitting out here, and there's some great ones sitting out here, they'll tell you the same thing. At the end of the day, it's about the relationships, and it's about the trust that these kids build in you and the trust that you have for them. Our guys will run through a wall for us. And you surround yourself with good coaches. You have good leadership and administration that supports you. And, man, everything else just kind of rolls into place.
Well, obviously the relationships are very good. The football team has been very good. The program's in good hands. Congratulations on that 9-2 season and the second round of the playoffs. And also congratulations on your nomination for Coach of the Year. And thank you so much for coming up and being with us tonight.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
That is Coach Adam Fawcett, head coach for the B.B. Comer Tigers. His first nomination for Coach of the Year. Next, we'll get to our third nominee for Player of the Year. Please welcome to the stage Tay Meadows from the Hanley High School Tigers. Tay's got the red on tonight, but certainly blue was one of his favorite colors with that blue map, I know, with the state championship this past season. And a great year for Tay, and certainly, I know, a thrilling season. Congratulations on a great junior season and also on the state championship. All right, Tay, talk to us a little bit about, you've had a little bit to overcome because you were injured in your sophomore season and had to miss the entire season, but you come back strong in that junior year. And talk about what it took to overcome that injury and get back out on the field and accomplish what you were able to this year.
Well, first of all, it really took a lot of hard work and dedication. And I just want to thank God for everything that he has did for me. And it just took a lot of stuff to get back where I'm at now.
And, of course, you turned that into a fantastic run during the season last year. He averaged, folks, 7.67 yards per carry in the 2020 season. Just an amazing year for you. I know that came from a lot of line blocking for you and a lot of help from your teammates.
Yes, sir.
What was the feeling for you when you guys wrapped it up and won the state championship?
Golly, really. First, I can't even explain the feeling I got. You know, I was just I was just laying on the ground, really. Like, I was like asking, like, when, like, how did this even happen? It was crazy. It was an amazing feeling, though.
Well, one other question that may even be harder to answer than that. What about the musical chairs on the bus that Coach Strain was telling us about earlier? How tough was that on you guys?
Well, really, I didn't even get affected by it because I was sitting in the back of the bus, so I didn't really have to move. But for the other guys, it was pure nonsense. Like, it was like, some of them was mad because they couldn't go to sleep. Everybody on the bus was just mad.
Just mad.
Yes, sir.
Well, Tay, congratulations on a fantastic year with Handley. Congratulations on the state championship and on your nomination tonight for our Player of the Year for FNN.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. That's Tay Meadows for the Handley Tigers.
Larry, I know why you guys played so good at Cherokee County now. Everybody was mad. Our Lifetime Achievement Award is presented to honor individuals who have given a lifetime to our community in ways that uplift us all, especially in local sports. Past recipients from FNN have included basketball coach Schuessler Ware, football coaches Michael Short, and last year Coach Mike Robertson, or Coach Rob from Hoax Bluff. This year we honor a man who exemplified what it means to be a true servant of the people. Our 2020 Lifetime Achievement Award tonight is given in honor of James Eli Henderson. Here to share some thoughts before we make the presentation to his wife Carolyn is Eli's daughter Kim McCarson. Kim, come on up. You need a standing stool?
I think I'm good, thank you. And I'm old, so I'm going to have to put on these old glasses. Well, good evening. Good evening. Congratulations to all the nominees. Your hard work and perseverance has paid off. My dad was an avid sports fan, and he always believed that sports creates teamwork, commitment, and character. He always supported schools and believed that children are our future. Most of you here tonight probably knew my dad or knew of him. He left a profound legacy of things he had accomplished for this great county. I want to share with you some personal things that you may not know about him. My parents, this is going to be funny at times, my parents owned a mobile home park, but this park didn't begin as a park. As the budget would allow, they purchased the mobile home one by one until it became a park. We couldn't afford excavators. My parents, siblings, and I were the excavators. Each day after elementary school and on weekends, we would work clearing this land and unloading truckloads of dirt by hand until we got ready for the mobile home to arrive. We also cleared our homestead property, clearing back trees, until Dad was pleased enough that he could plant grass. My parents had a neighbor. This neighbor would always complain that we were working way too hard. And he also went so far as to make a formal complaint with the local Department of Human Resources. True story. You see, Dad always believed that working hard created a good work ethic. He always said that hard work would pay off someday. That was our hero. Another time, my mom and dad were traveling partners. with my husband and I. We went everywhere together. And my husband would always drive while my dad read newspapers. We would stop along our route for him to purchase newspapers. You see, he always believed that one could learn so much from reading newspapers. He always instilled in us to read a newspaper a day. Mom had just purchased this new car, and this car had all the bells and whistles. And it would also alert you to when your car was swerving off the road, or if you were trying to pass someone, it would alert you. And it would cause a significant jerk when it alerted you. On this occasion, my husband was driving this car for the first time. He was unaware that it would abruptly jerk you when you didn't do what it needed you to do at that time. It would work against you. The car would physically work against you. So at this time, I knew it was going to happen. He was passing a vehicle, and he passed the vehicle, and it caused this very significant jerk. And my dad would say, well, I guess I don't need a chiropractor now. See if you can do it again and get the other side of my neck. And this became a running joke. Every time we traveled, we laughed and laughed, and we would do this all over again. It happened every time. You see, Dad believed in laughter. He was always positive, and he had such a great sense of humor. He was someone you wanted to be around because he always made you feel good about yourself. That was our hero. On behalf of me and my family, I would like to thank you for giving me the time and us the time to say something good about a great man. Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
Kim, stay up here. Thank you, Kim. Carolyn, if you could make your way up here, please, ma'am. When I was going to start FNN, or was thinking about doing it back in 2010, Eli was one of the first people I went to for some direction. We talked a lot about what I had in mind. Of course, he didn't have a clue what streaming was. But he gave me maybe some of the best advice that I think I've ever had from someone. He told me, he said, Jim, if you put what's best for the kids first, everything else will take care of itself. And I think that's what we've always tried to do. Eli invited me on many occasions to go wet a hook. As those of you that know him well know, Eli loved to fish. Lauren, I flash back to your speech where you said, you can't get time back. Well, that's an opportunity I never took, and I wonder how many more great pieces of advice or fun-loving stories I would have heard over an afternoon of fishing with Eli Henderson. I'm going to take this off of here because this will help me do this the way it should be done. In recognition of his lifelong dedication to the people of Calhoun County through his community service as a two-time member of the Calhoun County Commission, and for the many lasting contributions in building public parks and other community assets, we hereby honor Eli, enough said, Eli James Henderson, today's date. Carolyn, please accept this on behalf of FNN for your husband.
Thank you so much. This would have been my husband's most prized possession. I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Eli Henderson, everybody. Well, we've got one more round of one-on-ones from HSC Athletic Recovery, and Grady, I think you're ready to bring our last two guests of the evening up.
Yeah, we will start with our fourth and final nominee for Coach of the Year. Please welcome to the stage Coach Steve Smith for the Piedmont Bulldogs. Coach, congratulations on another great year and another nomination. This is kind of becoming an annual event, having you up on stage here.
Well, I'm blessed. I'm thankful to be here, and a lot of great players and great coaches, administration, the people that all part of our team. I'm up here representing all of them.
Do you realize, I think I just read 26 season and 15 of those now at Piedmont, I believe. Boy, it's time to get away.
It goes in a hurry. It just seems like yesterday when we made the move to Calhoun County, and got one child that's a senior this year, and none of them went in school when we got to Piedmont, and got 3 in high school at one time this year, and very proud of them, very proud of all our players and everyone, but time does fly.
Of course, over the years, sustained excellence has been the name of the game at Piedmont while under your leadership there, winning at over a 77% clip. What's been the key to that kind of sustained excellence at Piedmont High School for you?
Well, you hear coaches talk about it all the time, but the buy-in, everybody being all in, all those catchphrases, but that really is the way that it works in our town and our community. From the top with our leadership and administration and the school system, the government, city government that we have there that supports our school, and then just our wonderful group of boosters and our players. And like I said, I've been very fortunate to have a staff of coaches that a lot of them have been with me for a long time. Several of them have been with me the entire 15 years that I've been at Piedmont, and just that continuity and having the folks that's what I call the supplemental workers, the people that film, the people that do your stats, and the ones that we've had that have been involved with Piedmont football long before I got there. I mean, we've got some guys that have been in some type of supplemental role that's helped the football program at Piedmont for over 40 years. So just those type of people and the type of tradition that we have, and it goes back to, the 40s and 50s, and then on through the time that we've been there now. It's just a lot of rich football tradition.
And, of course, 2020, again, another very successful run for the Bulldogs. Name maybe a couple of things that stand out to you about the past season. I know it was unique with the COVID-19 situation.
Yes, it was definitely an interesting year. Coach Strain, Coach Martin, Coach Foster, they all kind of hit on the different things. Everybody, we got on the phone a lot with other coaches, and, hey, how are y'all doing this and all. I never talked to Coach Strain. I wasn't near as crafty as him about the bus. We just took an extra bus at Piedmont, thought that'd fix everything. But just hearing from other people and talking with other coaches that I had a lot of respect for, trying to figure out how they were navigating things. And we were very fortunate this year with our players, not having anybody having to miss time, practice or games with any positive testing, and everybody doing their part to make sure that we're staying away from each other and out of the 6-15 stuff. And just very thankful that we got to have a season. I think when Lauren said it, we look back at this as something that we're going to remember for a long, long time, the rest of our lives. And the job that everyone did out there to make the season what it was, something I think we'll all reflect back on for many years and be proud of how we handled such a difficult situation.
Coach, I got to say, I almost didn't recognize you without the mullet tonight.
I'll tell you, I'm a lot more comfortable like this than that.
You look more comfortable. Well, congratulations on another great run, and also just on the history of sustained excellence at Piedmont. I know we'll see the same thing next year, and congratulations on another nomination for FNN Coach of the Year.
Thank you guys for having us.
Thank you. That's Coach Steve Smith, the Piedmont Bulldogs. Our final nominee of the night is set to come up on stage and join us. He is from the Etowah Blue Devils. Please welcome Trent Davis. Of course, Trent, an outstanding season.
Check those shoes out, Grady.
I like the shoe. I like the kicks. Those are nice.
I told him if I thought they'd have a chance of fitting me, I'd fight him for them.
Well, Trent, congratulations on your nomination. Thank you for taking the time to come down and be with us tonight. Talk about that senior season. Over 1,800 yards rushing, a great year for the Blue Devils. Talk about the 2020 season for you guys.
It was definitely a blessing being able to play this year, going through all the inconveniences that we had to go through. But I want to thank my teammates because I wouldn't have been able to do that without them and my coaches. And, yeah.
Well, now, I understand you came into the season, I think, with about 15 offers for college, and you chose Duke pretty early on. So why Duke?
Really, I just felt like they was the one that was by my side for a while. They've been recruiting me since a sophomore, and, it was really one of my dream schools, and I just really like it.
Give me, if you've got one, or maybe a couple or whatever. It's hard to pick a lot of times one moment that stands out, but did you have a moment or, an accomplishment or whatnot that stood out to you in your career at Etowah High School?
most definitely making it past the third round, because we got there a bunch of times and we just wasn't able to get over the hump, but we finally did that this year.
I know that was a great game too in the semifinals. So a great year for you. Well, congratulations on an outstanding career.
Thank you.
On the nomination tonight, and we certainly wish you the very best of luck in your future endeavors there at Duke University. That is our final Player of the Year nominee tonight from Etowah High School, Trent Davis.
All right, I'm going to get Joe Medley to run up here real quick because we're running against the clock tonight. But Joe has become a really good friend of FNN over the years. Of course, we always run into one another at football games, and he's kind enough to join us on Tuesday night to give us his perspective during our coaches' shows during the season. We asked Joe this year to do something a little bit different for us. Joe's wife, Rhonda, is a frontline worker at Regional Medical Center, and he's experienced really the horror of the pandemic firsthand through his family, through the stories that he's had to bear with his wife during the past year or so. And I asked Joe if he could put that into some words, and I'm not going to ask him to read all of them to you tonight, but he did a really nice piece for us. It's in the back of the program. We want to once again recognize our guests from RMC and the Oxford Police Department and others that are here tonight as frontline workers. Congratulations on being a winning team for all of us this season. Joe, come on up.
We're here tonight to celebrate a sports season that happened when many thought it couldn't. We celebrate great team and individual accomplishments that look normal, even if things outside the confines of the white lines of a football field hardly looked normal. We're here to celebrate because the cost of playing a football season amid a pandemic, a cost we may never fully know, turned out to be it turned out to appear bearable. But let's be honest, it looked that way because of the very special people that we want to honor tonight. The ones who didn't play or coach, but for whom every night, or so many nights, seemed like Friday night without the lights. For stretches of days and even weeks as the COVID-19 pandemic surged, receded, and then surged again, it was game on for doctors, nurses, and our first responders. They faced personal risk every night they went to work. Some in their lines of work paid the ultimate price. Some had to be the last person for someone who's living their last breath. Those of you who know me, and Jim pointed this out, know this is personal to me. My wife is a registered nurse in ICU. We were both raised by nurses who are now retired. My mom is disabled. And we have many nursing friends in our family, including Coach Strain's daughter, Leah, who is working in Montgomery right now. I listened as Rhonda told me of the cumulative stresses, the pressures, the tryings of her soul and the tryings of souls of her colleagues. I listened as Rhonda told me of the numbers of patients and nights when work seemed more chaotic than usual in the nursing field. I listened as she told of her vacillations between feeling personally touched by the plight of her patients and numbness needed for sanity sometimes. If you know nurses, you know people who have what Rhonda calls gallows humor. But there was no humor when she had to tune out social media, when she had to tune out the news, when she had to tune out the attitudes, the ignorance, and sometimes even the belligerent unwillingness to take seriously that which she saw every night when she went to work with her own eyes. Only professionals like her and these folks in the back of the room tonight who work in fields that are shrouded by privacy laws fully understand how society's willful failure to fully understand exacerbates it all. Like the people we have here before us tonight, Rhonda went to work each night knowing the risk to her health and the risk that she could bring home to me, our two children, and my 79-year-old mother-in-law who lives with us. Our Friday night heroes, the reasons for the season, and the reasons that we have these occasions, They deserve appreciation for all they did to maintain protocols, mitigate the threats to their season. They had to quickly learn a new way of life in order to preserve a way of life. And failure could mean losing a precious experience that they could never, ever recover. Our every night heroes, like those here tonight, know the feeling. And in case you haven't heard it enough lately, thank you. May God continue to bless you and all you love. And may all of us do everything that we can to make sure that you don't lose something that's precious to you that you could never recover. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Well, it's come to that time of the evening when we all find out whose names are in these two envelopes. We're going to start with our Player of the Year. We would ask each of the four nominees if they would please join us on stage at this time. I'll tell you a little something about each one of them. Grady is going to handle giving out the medallions for each nominee. I'll start with Trent Davis. Trent's career rushing for over 3,300 yards and 40 touchdowns, 25 of them coming in his senior season, an amazing 9.4 yards per carry career average. He will attend Duke University on a football scholarship this fall. Trey Higgins. This young man holds almost every football record as a quarterback in Oxford history. In his senior season, 40 touchdowns through the air, 16 more rushing for a combined 3,800-plus all-purpose yards. He was also a finalist for the state's highest honor, Mr. Football. He will go on to Mississippi State this fall to play baseball. Tay Meadows, the only junior in the nominee group this year, helped handily win the 4A's championship game and received the game's MVP award. This season, Tay rushed for 2,183 yards and 33 touchdowns. As a junior, he already has multiple D1 offers, but look out 4A Region 4 because number 2 has one more season as a Handley Tiger. And finally, Jet Smith, the dual-threat 4-year starter, is firmly etched in the Alabama high school football record books. His 624 career tackles make him number 2 all-time in the state since the stat has been kept. Offensively, Smith rushed for a career 3,671 yards and 43 touchdowns. In his final 2 seasons as a Panther, Jet led his team to a 21-4 record and 2 playoff runs. He will join the team at JSU this fall. I'd like to ask our 2018 and 2019 FNN Player of the Year, Mr. Ron Wiggins, to please join us on stage to present this year's Player of the Year award. Ron, come on up. Ron has 2 of these. I would imagine one's probably a doorstop in his dorm. But thank you for coming, Ron. We're glad to have you back. All right. Right envelope. Of course, we present each of the nominees with medallions to forever commemorate their selection as a choice for Player of the Year for the 2020 season. It is my honor to announce on behalf of everyone who participated in the selection process, the 2020 FNN High School Football Player of the Year is Jet Smith of the Walter Welborn Panthers. Come on over, Jet. Thank you, Ron.
First off, I want to thank God for this. He's blessed me and couldn't do it without him. I want to thank everybody that supported me through this, my family. Just thank you for this. Thank you for FNN for giving me the opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Well done, young man. Jet Smith, folks, our 2020 High School Football Player of the Year. Congratulations again to all the nominees. We ask now that the four coaches please join us on stage. We'll start with Coach Adam Fawcett, who took over a team that had only won 7 games the 4 years prior to his arrival, and only 13 players out when he accepted the job 3 seasons ago, to making it to a 2A Region 4 runner-up this year with a 9-2 record and a second-round playoff run in this season. Coach Scott Martin, the 2016 FNN Coach of the Year, 10-plus wins over 4 of the last 5 seasons, back-to-back region titles in 18 and 19, and finished 2020 at 11-2 going into the 3rd round of the playoffs. Coach Steve Smith, the 2018 FNN Coach of the Year, he's won 4 state championships at Piedmont. His Bulldogs have played in the 3A North semifinal game. This is an amazing stat. In 6 of the last 6 seasons. His 2020 team finished 12-2, capturing the school's 9th region title during his tenure. And Coach Larry Strain, who won the 2020 4A state championship this year, his second since returning to Handley in 2015. The Tigers finished the season at 12-1. They were also 4A Region 4 champions. Strain is also a 2-time girls basketball state championship coach with Woodland in 13 and 14. He was also selected by the 2020 Alabama Sports Writers Association as the 4A Coach of the Year. And now we'd like to ask last year's Coach of the Year, Coach Keith Etheridge, if he would join us on stage to present this year's Coach of the Year award. And the envelope. The 2020 FNN High School Football Coach of the Year is Coach Larry Strain of the Handley Tigers. Congratulations, Coach.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. First of all, I'd like to say it's an honor to be on the stage with these fine coaches over here. They're very well deserving as well. Tonight, I want to thank FNN, Mr. Jim Jacobs, and all of his staff and all the sponsors that puts this thing on, especially with the platform that they give each of us at the high school level. The production that they do each and every Friday night, you know, it's amazing. It's a class act. It's top of the line, and it does so good for these student athletes to be able to see themselves, especially on TV, and somebody to get to watch them play that may not get to have the opportunity to come to the game. Coach Smith said it best just a minute ago. This award is not about me. He mentioned that it is a team award, and that's exactly what this thing is. I just happen to be part of a team. I'm part of a team that starts with our school administration, and Mr. Cole, Mr. Markham. They set forth a plan several years ago about getting our facilities where they needed to be, and they had a vision of what our program should be. But it's not just them. It's our quarterback club, Mr. Benji Whaley, the things that they do each and every week and throughout the course of the season to raise funds, to help kids in any which way that they can. And it goes back to my coaching staff. You know, you would like to take credit and think that I did it all. I can't coach everything on that position, on that field. I have to have good coaches, and with them, they have to have good wives in order to stay up there and do the things that we have to do to go through the course of a football season. It's tough on the family, and they have to pick up the slack for Dad not being there at night, is what it means. But it has to do with those kids that buy into your program, that believe in what you're teaching and believe in each other. And that's where it's really valuable, and that's really the people that wins this award. I want to thank you again. Thanks.
Congratulations again to this year's winners, Coach Strain and Jet Smith, as our 2020 Coach and Player of the Year. That'll conclude tonight's ceremonies. I'll ask that if you want an award, if you'll remain for just a couple of minutes for pictures. Also, nominees, we want to get you in a group picture as well. And that'll about wrap it up. Thanks to Lauren Sisler for joining us. Grady, great job as always. And to our FNN crew behind the cameras, we appreciate you guys as well. Good night, everybody, and thanks for coming.